烛火不需要风也会摇，因为火本身就是活的。今晚我们在一盏不会灭的烛火旁边，听一个古老的故事。
There is a weight to your body right now, a weight you did not have to create. It has been there all along, pressing down into whatever holds you. The mattress, the cushion, the folded blanket beneath your head. You do not need to check that this weight is real. You can simply notice it, the way you notice a familiar room without needing to look at it directly. Your shoulders have a certain heaviness to them tonight. Your hands, wherever they are resting, have stopped needing to hold anything. And somewhere underneath all of this stillness, something continues, quietly, without asking for your attention. Your breath. It has been moving in and out of you since before you had words for it. It moved through you as a child, and it moves through you now, and it will keep moving through you long after this thought has faded. You do not have to change it. Not yet. For now, simply notice where it lives. Notice that it rises somewhere near your throat. A small motion, a small lift, barely reaching past your collarbones before it turns and leaves again. This is how most breath moves most of the time for most people. High, quick, close to the surface of the body, the way a bird stays close to the branch it just left, ready to startle upward at the smallest sound. There is no need to judge this. It is simply where your breath has learned to live. You can feel it now, if you let your attention rest there gently, a faint tide at the base of your throat, rising, falling, rising again. Small waves, nothing deep, nothing that reaches very far down into you. This is the breath of ordinary hours, the breath of walking through a day, of listening, of speaking, of carrying small worries from one room to the next. It is not wrong. It has simply never been asked to go any deeper. Tonight there is nowhere you need to carry it. There is nowhere left to go. You can let your jaw soften just slightly, the way a hand opens when it finally sets something down. Pause, and in that softening, something old begins to stir at the edge of your attention. Not a memory, not quite a thought, but something closer to a shape forming in fog. Long ago, in a world before this one, someone wrote a line about breath. Not to explain it, not to instruct anyone in that moment, simply to describe something they had once observed and wanted remembered. The line has traveled a very long way to reach you tonight, carried across centuries the way water is carried across distance, not as the same drops, but as the same motion, repeated, until it arrives here, now, in this quiet room, in this quiet body. The line speaks of a person. Pause. Not a person with a name you would recognize. Not a person with a story that needs telling. Pause. Only a description. Pause. A quality. A way of being that some call the true person. One whose breath was said to move differently than the breath of ordinary people. You do not need the meaning of this yet. You do not need to understand it or place it or hold it in your mind the way you might hold a fact you are trying to remember for later. Pause. For now let it simply rest near you, the way a stone might rest at the edge of a river, present, smooth, worn soft by time, asking nothing of the water that moves around it. Pause. The old text says only this: the true person's breath was deep, deep, and ordinary people breathe from the throat. That is all. No explanation follows. No instruction. Only the observation, offered once and left there for whoever might need it, across all the centuries between then and now. You can feel your own throat again, softly, without straining to notice anything new. The same small rise, the same small fall, the breath you have always known. There is no need to change it yet. There is only the noticing. Your body continues to grow heavier where it rests. This is not something you are doing. It is something that is simply happening. The way water settles into the lowest part of a container without being told to. Your eyelids, closed now or nearly closed, hold a particular kind of darkness behind them. Not empty, but soft. The way a room feels soft when the last candle has been carried out, leaving only the shape of things behind. You do not have to see anything in that darkness. You do not have to look for the true person, or the mountain where such a person might have lived, or the deep breath the old words describe. You only have to rest near the idea of it, the way you might rest near a low fire on a cold night, not looking directly at the flame, simply grateful for its warmth nearby. The throat continues its small work, rising, falling. This has always been enough to keep you alive, and it is enough now. But somewhere far beneath that small motion, in a place you have not visited in a long time, there is a stillness that has been waiting. Not urgent, not asking, simply present, the way the bottom of a well is present, even when no one has lowered a bucket into it in years. The old line does not ask you to reach for that stillness tonight. It only names it. It only lets it exist. Quietly, somewhere below the surface of your ordinary breath. True person, deep, deep breath, heels, throat. 4 small phrases floating loosely in the dark behind your eyes, not yet connected, not yet explained. You do not need to hold them tightly. You can let them drift, the way small leaves drift on the surface of still water, moving without effort, going nowhere in particular. Your breath continues to rise from your throat, small and steady, the same motion it has always known. And that is enough, for now. That is enough for this first quiet stretch of the night. There is nothing to solve here, nothing to figure out. Only a body growing heavier, and a breath moving as it always has, and one very old line resting nearby in the dark, like a stone someone left beside a path a long time ago, waiting, without impatience, for anyone willing to sit down beside it. You are welcome to sit down beside it now, if only in your mind. There is no hurry. There is no test to pass, no meaning you must extract before you are allowed to rest. The throat breath continues, small, familiar, yours. Somewhere beneath it, unseen for now, something else waits. A deeper breath described long ago, by people who watched very closely and said very little. For tonight it is enough to know that it exists. It is enough to feel the weight of your body, the softness behind your eyes, the small rise and fall at your throat, and the quiet presence of an old line resting somewhere nearby in the dark, unhurried, patient, willing to wait as long as it takes. The small rise and fall at your throat continues, and there is no need to change it yet. For now, simply notice it, the way you might notice rain on a window without needing to name each drop. This is the breath most people carry through their days without ever turning to look at it directly. It lives high in the body, it moves quickly, and it does not ask permission before quickening further. You may notice, if you rest your attention there a moment longer, that this breath has a certain shallowness to it. Not wrong, not broken, simply shallow, the way a stream can run fast over stones without ever reaching down to the riverbed beneath. This is called, in an old teaching from a world before this one, the breath of ordinary people, breathing from the throat. There is no judgment in this observation. It is simply what was seen long ago by people who watched breathing the way others might watch weather or the slow turning of stars. They notice that most breath rises only as far as the throat and then returns, rises and returns, small waves that never travel far from shore. You might notice this in your own throat now, not changing it, only feeling where it lives. It sits high. It moves like something that has somewhere else to be. This is the breath of the daytime hours, the breath of walking quickly through rooms, the breath of checking, of counting, of remembering one more thing before the mind will let you rest. It is the breath that rises just a little when a name is remembered too late, or a task returns unfinished from where it had been set down. You may know this feeling already, the way breath quickens at the throat, before the mind has even finished forming the worry that caused it. The throat breath and the worry seem to rise together, so closely bound that it becomes difficult to say which one arrives first. There is nothing to fix in this. It is simply the shape breathing takes when the day is still turning inside a person, even after the day itself has ended. You can feel, if you let your attention rest there now, how the throat continues its small motion, quick, light, present, even here, even now, in the stillness of this room, in the dark behind your eyes. This is not a flaw in you. It is simply the most familiar path breath has learned to take. Bodies remember their habits the way rivers remember their banks, and a lifetime of throat breathing carves a channel that breath continues to follow, even in sleep, even in rest, even when nothing at all is being asked of it. The old teaching does not scold this breath, it only observes it, the way someone might observe smoke rising from a chimney and recognize how far it has traveled and how far it has yet to go. Ordinary people breathe from the throat, the old line says simply, without more explanation than that. It is a description, not a criticism, a field note made by someone sitting very still, watching very closely for a very long time. You are welcome to feel your own throat now, its small continuous motion. This is where most of us live. Most of the day, most of our lives, high in the body, close to the surface, breathing just enough to keep the mind moving forward. The throat breath is tied closely to thinking. When the mind quickens, so does this breath. When a worry surfaces, a task left undone, a conversation replayed, a small fear about tomorrow, the throat tightens first, almost before the thought has finished forming itself into words. This is simply how the body has learned to hold its concerns. Close to the mouth, close to the voice, close to whatever might need to be said aloud at any moment. The throat breath keeps a person ready, ready to speak, ready to explain, ready to respond quickly if something is asked of them. It is useful in its way, in the waking hours among other people, in rooms filled with tasks and questions. But it is not, the old teaching says, quietly, without insistence, the deepest breath a person can take. It is only the readiest one, the one nearest the surface, the one that rises first because it has the least distance to travel. You do not need to change your breathing now. There is nothing required of you in this moment except to notice. Notice the place in your throat where breath arrives and departs, small and steady, the way it has all day, the way it likely has for years without your attention resting there directly. Notice how close to the surface this breath lives, how quickly it responds to a thought, a memory, a small tightening of concern that passes through and is gone before it is even named. This noticing is enough. It is not the work of changing anything. It is simply the quiet act of turning toward what has always been present, the way one might turn toward a familiar sound in another room without needing to investigate it further. The throat continues its motion. In, out, small, familiar. This is not a lesser breath. It is simply an earlier one. The breath the body reaches for first, the way a hand reaches first for whatever is nearest, before considering what might be further away, deeper, harder to reach, but perhaps more restful once found. The old text described this without any tone of disappointment. There is no sense reading these old lines that throat breathing is a failure or a thing to be ashamed of. It is simply where most people live most of the time, in the shallow water near the shore, where the current moves quickly and the footing feels familiar, even if the water there is thin and does not reach very deep. You may feel, resting here in the dark, how your own breath has been living in that shallow water for most of today and most of yesterday and most of the days before that, quick light close to the surface, tied loosely to whatever concern happened to pass through the mind at the time. This is simply the shape breath takes when it has not yet been invited to travel further. Nothing about this needs to be repaired tonight. You are not being asked to breathe differently, or better, or more correctly. You are only being asked, if it can even be called asking, to notice the small rise and fall at your throat, to notice how closely it follows the mind's small movements, a thought rising, the throat tightening slightly, a thought settling, the throat easing again, to notice that this breath, however familiar, however constant, is not the only breath that exists. There is, the old teaching says, another kind of breath, one that does not live at the throat, one that does not rise and fall in such small waves, one that reaches instead all the way down, past thought, past worry, past the places where the mind keeps its unfinished business. That breath was not described to impress anyone. It was described simply because it was observed by people sitting very still in a world before this one, watching the difference between how they breathed on ordinary days and how they breathed on the rare, quiet nights when nothing at all remained unresolved. You do not need to reach for that breath yet. It is enough for now to feel the difference between the two, the throat breath, quick and familiar, still moving even now, and the sense somewhere beneath it of another kind of breath waiting, patient, unhurried, the way still water waits beneath a moving current. Your body continues to rest against whatever is holding it, the mattress, the blanket, the weight of the evening settling around you like something soft laid gently over your shoulders. Your throat continues its small motion, in, out, familiar, yours. There is nothing wrong with this breath. It has carried you through your whole life so far, faithfully, without complaint, rising and falling exactly as much as it needed to, exactly when it needed to. Tonight, you are simply invited to notice it the way you might notice an old friend sitting quietly nearby, someone you have known so long you had almost stopped truly seeing them. The throat breath is still here, small, steady, familiar. And somewhere beneath it, unseen, unclaimed, patient, the deeper breath continues to wait, the one the old ones spoke of, the one that does not live at the surface, the one that has never once been in a hurry. There is a name for the one who breathes that deeper breath. The old text does not explain who this person was, only what they were like. The way you might describe someone by the shape of their stillness, rather than the story of their life. The old ones called this figure the true person. You do not need to hold the name tightly. It is enough to let it settle near you, the way a word in a dream settles without asking to be understood. The true person appears in a section of old writing called Jing Shin Shin, teachings on spirit, on the quiet inner life that moves beneath the visible one. You can feel the weight of your own body right now, still resting against the mattress, still held by the blanket, still breathing its small throat breath. Nothing is required of you. The teaching simply continues to arrive, soft and unhurried, like something being set down on a table nearby, not placed into your hands. The old text says this of the true person: their sleep was without dreams, their waking carried no worry, their food held no craving for flavor. Notice how plain these words are. There is no story here, no journey, no dramatic transformation, only a description of someone at rest within themselves, someone whose nights required nothing extra, and whose days asked for nothing more than what was already there. Somewhere in your chest, a small recognition, not because you have met this person, but because some quiet part of you remembers what it might feel like to need nothing more than what is already here. That feeling does not need a name either. It can simply be noticed and let go, the way a leaf touches the surface of still water and continues on without disturbing very much at all. The true person's sleep was dreamless. Sit with that for a moment without trying to understand it, only feeling its shape. Not dreamless because their nights were empty, or because something was missing. Dreamless because there was nothing left over, nothing unresolved, trailing behind them into the dark. No loose thread the mind needed to keep tugging at through the night. No small unfinished worry, pacing back and forth in the space behind the eyes. Their day had been fully lived, and so their night was fully rested. You can notice your own breath again now, without changing it. Simply notice that it continues. In, out, small and steady, still living in the throat, still doing exactly what it has always done. There is no failure in this. The throat breath belongs to almost everyone, almost always. It is simply not the only breath that exists within you. The true person's waking, the text says, held no worry. This does not mean their life was without difficulty. It does not mean nothing ever happened to them. No rain, no loss. No long stretch of days that asked more of them than felt fair. It means something quieter than that. It means that whatever arrived, arrived, and whatever passed, passed, without being carried forward into the next moment, without being gathered up and held against the chest like something too precious or too painful to set down. You might feel your own shoulders right now, wherever they rest against the surface beneath you. Notice if they are holding something, a small tightness, a slight lift, a quiet bracing that has been there so long it no longer feels like effort. There is no need to change this, only notice it. The way you might notice a light left on in another room, simply seeing it is enough for now. The true person's food, the old text says, carried no craving for flavor. This is a strange detail to include in a teaching about spirit, and yet it fits once you sit with it a while. It does not mean their food was without taste, or that they took no pleasure in a meal. It means they did not reach past what was in front of them, searching for something richer, something sweeter, something more. What arrived on the plate was received simply as what it was, without longing for what was not there. There is a kind of rest in that too, a rest that has nothing to do with sleep and everything to do with it. A mind that is not reaching is a mind that is already, in some small way, at peace with the present moment. And a mind at peace with the present moment finds it far easier, when night comes, to lie down and actually arrive there. You do not need to become the true person tonight. This is not a task, and there is no version of sleep where you must first master some old philosophy before you are allowed to rest. The teaching is not a test. It is closer to a lantern left burning in a window, far off, glimpsed once and then remembered, something that tells you a certain kind of stillness is possible, without insisting that you reach it by morning. The old text finishes its description of the true person with 4 words that carry more weight than the rest, though they arrive quietly, almost as an afterthought. Their breath was deep, deep. The old language repeats the word, as if once was not enough to hold what it meant. Deep, deep, not deep in the way of effort, not deep in the way of a strong wind pushing through a narrow space, but deep in the way that stillness is deep, reaching down and down, past the places where breath usually stops, past the throat, past the chest, further than most breathing ever thinks to travel. You do not need to reach for that depth yet. It is enough for now to know that it exists, that somewhere within the shape of a human body, breath has always been capable of traveling further than the throat, that this has been known and written down and passed along quietly for a very long time, waiting for someone, perhaps someone very much like you, lying still in the dark, listening to nothing in particular, to simply notice it again. Your body continues to hold its own weight against whatever surface it is resting on. The blanket continues its soft pressure wherever it touches you. Your throat breath continues its small rhythm, patient, unhurried, still faithfully doing the only thing it has ever been asked to do. And somewhere beneath all of it, the way a river might run far under a field without a single blade of grass above ever showing where it flows, the deeper breath continues to wait. It is not far away. It was never far away. It has simply been waiting for the throat to grow quiet enough, and the evening to grow still enough, and the mind to grow willing enough to let it rise, or rather to let it be noticed, since in truth, it does not rise at all. It has been there the whole time, low in the body, patient as stone, deep as the roots beneath old trees. The true person breathed from a place lower than the throat. The old text has a name for that place. It will come later gently, the way everything in this teaching arrives, without hurry, without demand. For now it is enough to simply hold the shape of the true person near you in the dark. Dreamless sleep, worry-free waking, a breath that reaches deep, deep, further than most breathing ever thinks to go. You do not have to understand any of it fully. You only have to let it rest nearby. the way you might let a warm stone rest in your palm without needing to know exactly how deep in the earth it once sat. Your eyes remain closed. The darkness behind them asks nothing of you. Your breath continues small and steady, exactly as it has all along. And somewhere beneath that small, steady breath, unclaimed, unhurried, the deeper breath continues its long and patient waiting, closer now than it was before, though you have not yet reached for it and do not need to yet. There is a phrase worth holding tonight, and it is a simple one, though it took the old teachers a lifetime to find it. Their sleep was dreamless, the text says, because there was nothing unresolved. Say it again, slowly, and notice how it does not describe an achievement, it describes an absence. Nothing was left hanging in the air of that sleeping mind. Nothing waited to be finished. Nothing called out from some unlit corner of the day, asking to be carried forward into the night. And so the night had nothing to carry. It simply closed, like water closing over a stone that has already settled to the bottom. No ripple left to smooth. You can rest with that image for a moment. A stone at the bottom of still water. No ripple left to smooth. Most sleep is not like that. Most sleep is a kind of travel. There is an old record, kept alongside the teachings of the true person, that speaks of dreams as a wandering of the spirit. Shenyo, the spirit set loose from the body, while the body itself lies still. In this understanding, the sleeping mind does not simply rest. It walks. It goes looking for the places the waking day did not finish visiting. It returns to unclosed doors, unanswered voices, unmet needs, and it moves through them again and again, the way a hand returns without thinking to a loose thread, worrying at it in the dark. You may recognize this. Almost everyone does. A dream that repeats a conversation already over. A dream that reaches for something just out of grasp, again and again, never quite arriving. A dream that returns you to a room you left long ago, as though some part of you never truly left it at all. This is the spirit wandering the old record speaks of. Not a flaw in sleep, but a kind of unfinished business, given shape in the dark, because it had nowhere else to go during the waking hours. You do not need to judge this in yourself. It is simply how most nights work, for most people most of the time. But the true person's sleep was described differently, not as wandering, but as stillness, not as travel, but as arrival. Their sleep was dreamless, the old line says, because there was nothing unresolved. Notice the shape of your own breath now, quiet as it has been all along, moving without asking anything of you. Notice the weight of your body, where it rests against whatever holds it, the mattress, the cushion, the folded blanket beneath your head. That weight has not changed. It has only settled a little further with each breath, the way sand settles after the tide has gone still. There is nothing to resolve in this moment, nothing waiting, nothing unfinished that requires you, right now in this dark room, to reach for it. The old philosophers were not claiming that the true person had no history, no memory, no days behind them full of ordinary human weather, grief, want, disappointment, the small frictions of living among other people. They were not claiming a life without difficulty. They were describing something else, a way of meeting each day so fully, so completely, that nothing from it needed to trail behind into the night, looking for a place to land. This is different from forgetting. It is closer to completion. Think of a task finished cleanly, a door closed with a soft click, not left ajar. Think of a letter written and sent, rather than begun and folded away half-finished in a drawer. Think of a held breath finally let go, all the way, nothing kept back for later. That is the quality the old text is pointing toward. Not an erasing of the day, but a settling of it. Each moment allowed to complete itself before the next one arrives. You do not have to achieve this tonight. You do not have to achieve anything tonight. But you can notice, if you like, whether there is anything your mind is still holding on to right now. Some small unfinished thread from the hours before this one. And if there is, you do not need to solve it. You do not need to follow it anywhere. You can simply notice it the way you might notice a sound outside a window. Acknowledge that it is there, and let your attention return, gently, to the sound of your own breath instead. The spirit-wandering texts describe dreams as journeys the sleeping self takes, because the waking self left something behind. But breath does not need to travel to find what it is looking for. Breath is already here. It is never left. It moves in this exact room, in this exact body, requiring no destination at all. This may be part of what heel breathing means in the old teaching, not simply a breath that reaches low in the body, but a breath that has nowhere else to go, nothing further to seek, a completed breath, a breath that arrives entirely where it is, the way water arrives entirely at the bottom of a still pool, with nothing left over to ripple outward. You can feel your own breath continuing to arrive, small and unremarkable, exactly where you are, not traveling anywhere, not looking for anything. There is a kind of rest in this that has nothing to do with effort. It is simply what remains when nothing is being chased, when nothing is being carried forward, unfinished into the dark. The true person's stillness, the old teaching suggests, was never a special power reserved for sages in some far-off mountain retreat. It was closer to an ordinary willingness to let each day close the way a hand opens, releasing rather than gripping, to let each breath complete itself before reaching for the next. You are not required to hold on to anything right now. Whatever the day carried, it has already happened. It does not need your grip to remain real. It can simply rest the way the true person's day rested, unclaimed, unhurried, complete enough to let the night be quiet. Notice the quiet in the room around you now. Not an empty quiet, but a held one, the kind of quiet that comes after something has finished, rather than before something begins. Your breath continues inside that quiet, matching its shape without effort. There is no wandering required tonight, no search, no unfinished door waiting to be walked through again in the dark. Only the small, steady rhythm of your own body, breathing itself, low and unclaimed, exactly as it has been. The old record of spirit wandering was not written as a warning. It was written the way an old friend might describe two different roads, without insisting either one is wrong. One road travels far in the night, looking for what the day did not finish. The other road stays still, breath sinking low, nothing left to seek. Tonight you do not have to choose which road belongs to you. You only have to notice that stillness is available, close enough to reach without effort, the way the true person's breath was said to reach, not toward some far destination, but simply downward, into what is already here. You can let your shoulders soften a little further into whatever holds them. You can let your jaw loosen, the small muscles around your eyes, releasing whatever tension the day left there. None of this requires resolving anything. It only requires letting go of what does not need to be held. Their sleep was dreamless because there was nothing unresolved. You can hold that phrase near you now, the way you held the shape of the true person earlier, not as instruction, not as something to accomplish, but as a warm shape resting quietly nearby in the dark. It asks nothing of you. It simply keeps you company while your own breath continues its slow, unhurried settling. Somewhere beneath the small breath moving in your throat, the deeper breath still waits, patient as it has been this whole time. It has nowhere to travel to. It has nothing to resolve. It is simply present, low in the body, ready to be noticed whenever you are ready to notice it. Not tonight necessarily, not yet even now, only whenever the moment arrives on its own, without being reached for. For now your breath continues exactly as it has been, small, steady, unremarkable, complete in itself. And the quiet around you holds nothing unfinished, nothing waiting, nothing left to carry into whatever comes next. And now, without any need to hurry, the moment arrives on its own. You notice the breath is still moving high in the throat, small and quick, the way it has moved all your life without asking to be noticed. There is no fault in this. There is only the noticing itself, soft as a hand resting on a shoulder. And beneath that noticing, something begins to shift, not forced, not willed, but allowed, the way a held door might slowly swing open on its own weight, once the hand lets go. Let the breath, on its next arrival, travel a little further than it has been traveling, not further by effort, further by permission, the way water finds a lower place not because it decides to, but because the lower place has always been there, waiting, and the water simply stops resisting its own nature. Feel the air enter through the nose, cool at first, the way morning air is cool before the sun reaches it, and follow it, not with your mind gripping tightly, but with your attention loosened, floating just behind the breath, the way a leaf floats just behind the current, never leading it, never pulling against it. The breath moves past the throat now. It does not stop where it used to stop. It continues into the chest, and the chest, wide and hollow and patient, opens to receive it the way a valley opens to receive fog rolling down from higher ground, without struggle, without announcement, simply because there is room, and the room has always been there, and the fog has always known the way down, even when no one was watching it arrive. You may notice somewhere in this, the ribs widening by the smallest amount, so small it could almost be missed, so gentle it asks nothing of the muscles that once held themselves tight against the world. This is not a stretching, this is a yielding. The chest does not lift toward the breath simply settles into a space that was already waiting, the way rain settles into low ground after a long day, unhurried, unclaimed by anyone, simply finding its level, because water always finds its level, and breath, it turns out, is not so very different from water. You can let your shoulders soften now, not because anyone asked them to hold tension, but because they were carrying something they no longer remember the reason for, and setting it down costs nothing. Feel the weight of your arms, resting fully against whatever holds them, heavy in the good way, the way a stone is heavy when it has finally stopped rolling and simply rests in the place the hillside meant for it all along. The breath, having found the chest, does not stay there either. This is the nature of a breath that has been given permission. It does not settle for the first resting place it finds. The way a river does not stop at the first bend, but continues, patient, curling downward through country it has carved for itself over the whole span of its existence, moving always toward the lowest point it can reach, because that is simply what water does when nothing stops it, and what breath does too when nothing holds it back. Past the chest now, the air seems to soften further, growing warmer, the way morning cool gives way by midday to something gentler, something that has had time to gather warmth from everything it has passed through. It moves into the space below the ribs, into the soft country of the belly, which does not resist the way the throat sometimes resists, which does not tighten the way the chest sometimes tightens when the day has been long and carried too much. The belly simply receives. It rises without effort, the way dough rises in a warm room, slow and certain, asking nothing of anyone watching, simply following its own unhurried nature, because that nature has never required permission, only time and warmth, and the absence of interference. You do not need to make your belly rise. You only need to stop asking it to stay still. Notice how, in stopping that quiet request, the belly seems to know exactly what it was always meant to do, the way a stream that has been dammed for a season begins to move again the very moment the stones are lifted away, not because it learned something new, but because it was only ever waiting to be allowed. This is the breath the old teaching speaks of, though there is no need to hold the words closely. The breath deep, deep, spoken twice not by mistake, but because one depth was never going to be enough to describe it. Because the throat's shallow breath and this low, unhurried breath belong almost to two different bodies, two different ways of being alive in the dark. The true person, the old text says, breathes this way, low, slow, without hurry, without the small, anxious catching that lives in the throat of those still carrying the day inside them. You do not need to become the true person tonight. You only need to notice that the same low place exists inside you, waiting the way it has always been waiting, patient as stone, patient as a valley that has held its shape for longer than anyone remembers, and will go on holding it long after every voice that ever spoke its name has gone quiet. Let your hands rest wherever they are resting. Feel the small distance between your fingers and whatever surface holds them, the sheet, the blanket, the warm dark air itself, and notice that no motion is required from you now, not one small adjustment, not one correction, only the willingness to remain exactly where you already are. It has left the throat far behind now, and even the chest feels like a place it visited once, briefly, on its way toward somewhere lower, somewhere quieter, somewhere the noise of the waking day has never quite managed to reach. The belly holds it gently, the way cupped hands hold water without gripping, without spilling, simply forming the shape that lets the water stay exactly where it is. There is nothing you need to figure out about this. There is nothing to solve, nothing unfinished, waiting at the bottom of this slow descent. Only the descent itself, unhurried, unclaimed, the same descent the fog makes down the mountain slope in the old stories. The same descent water makes toward the lowest ground, following a law older than any voice that has ever tried to explain it. You may feel faintly that your whole upper body has grown heavier, softer, more willing to be held by whatever is holding it. This is not sleep yet. This is only the shape sleep sometimes takes on its way toward you, the way dusk is not yet night, but already carries within it everything night will eventually become. Stay here if you like, in this low, warm place behind the ribs, in this soft country the breath is just discovered, or has always known and only now remembered. There is no next step required. There is no instruction waiting further down that must be followed exactly. No test at the bottom of this breath. There is only the belly, slow and warm, rising without asking permission and falling without effort. The way the tide moves in and out along a shore that has never once needed to be told how. Beneath the belly, further down still, there is more of you. The hips quiet and unlit in your awareness just now, the long muscles of the thighs resting heavy against whatever surface holds them, and further than that, places the breath has not yet reached tonight. Low, patient regions of the body that wait the way the valley waits for the fog, the way the riverbed waits for water it has not yet felt. None of that needs to happen now. The breath in the belly is enough for this moment, complete in itself, needing nothing added to it. The way a single warm stone held in the hand is enough, without requiring a whole hillside to accompany it. You can simply notice that the low place exists, that there is more of you than the throat and the chest, that the descent has a floor somewhere far beneath where your attention currently rests, and that the floor is patient, unhurried, willing to wait exactly as long as it needs to wait, because it has been waiting this long already and has never once grown tired of the waiting. For now, only the belly, only the slow rise, the slow fall, warm and low and undemanding, breathing you gently the way the whole dark room seems to be breathing you, the way the old teaching, without ever raising its voice, seems to be breathing you too. Deep and deep again, low and lower still, with nothing left to resolve, nothing left to reach for, only this soft descending breath, continuing exactly as far as it wishes to continue, and nowhere further than that. Not yet, not tonight, only this. The belly continues its slow work, warm and unhurried, and somewhere within that warmth, the breath finds a new direction. Not stopping at the belly, the way water does not stop at the first low place it finds, but continuing, seeking, moving outward and downward at once, into the hips. You may notice the hips as a kind of quiet junction, a place where the torso ends and the legs begin, though the breath does not seem to notice such boundaries at all. It simply moves through them the way morning light moves through a doorway, without asking permission, without announcing itself, only arriving, softly, and then already having arrived. The hips loosen in a way that has nothing to do with effort. You are not stretching anything. You are not adjusting anything. You are only allowing the breath to be there. The way you might allow rain to be present on a roof you are not required to fix. And in that allowing, something in the hips releases weight it did not know it was holding. Weight that has nothing to do with muscle, only with the quiet accumulation of a day or many days, settling now into the surface beneath you. From the hips, the breath moves into the thighs. This is a long way from the throat now. This is further than breath usually travels, further than most breathing ever bothers to go, because most breathing has somewhere else to be, some worry to attend to, some throat-shaped urgency pulling it back upward before it can wander this far down into the body. But this breath has nowhere else to be. This breath, the old teaching says, without raising its voice, is the breath of someone who has already resolved what needed resolving, who carries no debt into the body's lower rooms, who can afford to let the breath go all the way down, because there is nothing waiting at the bottom to be afraid of. The thighs receive the breath the way soil receives rain that has already soaked through everything above it, heavy, slow, welcomed without resistance. You can feel, if you let yourself feel it, a kind of thickness settling into the thighs, not a tightness, but a fullness, the fullness of something being allowed to rest completely, without needing to hold its own shape against anything. The legs, right now, are not doing anything. They do not need to carry you anywhere tonight. They do not need to stand, or walk, or brace against a floor that is asking nothing of them. They are simply present, long and warm and heavy, receiving the breath as it continues its unhurried descent. You do not need to hurry this. There is no version of the night in which this arrives faster by trying. The breath knows its own pace, deep and deep again. The old phrase might say, if it were still speaking in words at all, though by now it has mostly become a rhythm rather than a sentence, a motion rather than a meaning. From the thighs, softly, the breath continues into the knees and past them into the calves. The calves are a narrower passage than the thighs, and so the breath moves through them more slowly here, the way a wide river narrows and slows before opening again into some lower plane. You might notice a faint warmth gathering at the back of each calf, a kind of settling, as though gravity itself has agreed just for tonight to be gentle. The calves do not resist this. There is nothing in them tonight that wants to hold on. Whatever tension the day required of them, the standing, the walking, the small effortful moments that legs perform without complaint and without thanks, that tension has already been given permission to leave, the way guests leave a house at the end of a long evening without needing to be asked twice. And so the breath moves on, past the calves, toward the ankles, and here for a moment it seems to pause, not because it has grown tired, not because the floor has finally been reached, only because the ankles are narrow, and the breath, being patient, allows itself to move through narrow places slowly, the way water moves slowly through a channel, before widening again into something calm. You do not need to force anything through this passage. You only need to let it be narrow for as long as it wishes to be narrow, trusting that on the other side of narrow there is room again, low room, wide room, the last room the breath has been moving toward this entire time. And then, at last, the breath arrives at the heels. The heels are the lowest part of the body that touches anything. They are the part that meets the floor first, that has always met the floor first, in every stance, in every step, in every quiet hour of standing that a body performs across the whole of a life, without ever once being thanked for it. Tonight, the heels are not standing. Tonight, the heels are simply resting, low and warm, pressed softly into whatever surface is holding you. And the breath, having traveled the entire distance from the throat, arrives here now, at the very bottom of the body, the way a long river finally reaches the sea it has been moving toward the whole time, without ever once announcing where it was headed. This is what the old teaching means when it says the true person breathes from the heels. Not that the heels do the breathing, nothing so literal as that, but that the breath, unhindered, unhurried, undistracted by worry or by unfinished things, is permitted to travel the entire length of the body, from the very top of the throat to the very bottom of the heel, filling the whole distance the way water fills a container all the way down to its lowest curve, leaving no dry space, no shallow pocket, no place still waiting to be reached. This is the deepest breath there is, not deep in force, deep in distance. Ordinary breath, the throat breath, only ever fills the topmost portion of that container, the small, shallow space just beneath the collarbone, the space that worry uses, because worry does not trust anything further down, does not trust the body's lower rooms, prefers to stay close to the mouth, close to the door, ready to speak, ready to react, ready to reach for whatever needs reaching for. But heel breath has no door to guard. Heel breath has already resolved what needed resolving, and so it descends the whole way, unafraid of how far down it must go, unafraid of the quiet, unafraid of the heels, unafraid of the floor. Notice now without effort where your own heels are resting. Notice the small point of contact where they meet whatever surface is beneath you, warm and heavy and still. You do not need to send breath there on purpose. You only need to notice that it is already possible, that somewhere beneath the belly, beneath the hips, beneath the long, unhurried thighs, there is a floor to this breathing, and the floor is your own heels, low and quiet, holding nothing, asking nothing, simply present. The old phrase repeats itself here, the way water repeats the sound of its own falling, deep and deep again, low and lower still. Breathing from the heels, breathing the whole length of the body, breathing not as an act of effort, but as an act of permission, the permission to let the breath go exactly as far down as it wishes to go, all the way to the bottom, all the way to the place where the body finally rests. There is nothing more to reach for from here. The heels are the floor. The breath has arrived, and having arrived, it does not stop, and it does not rush back upward either. It simply stays there, low and warm and slow, rising faintly and falling faintly, the way the whole dark room seems to rise and fall around you, the way the whole night seems to be breathing you now, from somewhere far beneath the throat, far beneath the worry, far beneath everything that used to feel urgent and no longer does. Only this long, slow, low breath, reaching the heels and resting there, and asking nothing more of you than to notice, faintly, that it has already arrived. There is a teaching from that same deep past sitting quietly beside the one about breath, and it does not ask to be understood tonight. It only asks to be near you the way the breath is near you, low and steady at the bottom of the body. The old teachers called it the way of nourishing spirit, Yang Shen Zhui Dao. You do not need to hold the words. You only need to notice that somewhere beneath the breath, beneath the heels even, there is something else that has been resting this whole time, and it has a name, though the name matters less than the resting. Notice your shoulders now, wherever they are touching the bed or the chair or the floor beneath you. They have grown heavier in the last few minutes. You did not do this on purpose. It happened the way water finds the low place in a field without deciding to. The teaching says that spirit is not something built. It is something already whole that only needs to be left alone long enough to settle. The way silt settles in a still pond, the way dust settles on a windless night. Nothing is added. Something only stops being disturbed. For the old teachers, the breath was one path toward this stillness, but only one among several, the way a river might be one path down a mountain, though the mountain has other slopes as well, other quiet ways of descending. Heel breathing was a practice, but the deeper aim was always the spirit itself, quieted, undisturbed, resting the way water rests, when no wind moves across it. They say that spirit becomes worn the way a stone becomes worn, not through one storm, but through the slow accumulation of many small frictions, small worries, small wants, small angers that pass through and are forgotten, and yet leave some trace the way a hand leaves warmth on a cup long after it has been set down. You may notice, if you let yourself notice without effort, that your own mind has been doing something like this for years, carrying small warm traces of 100 passing frictions. It is not a fault. It is only what throats do, and what days do, and what the ordinary business of living does to a spirit that was never given room to fully settle. The teaching does not ask you to erase these traces. It only asks you to stop adding new ones for a while, to let the pond go still, not by draining it, but simply by ceasing to stir it. And this is where the breath returns, low at the heels, doing exactly this kind of stopping. Each breath that reaches all the way down and rests there is one fewer small disturbance rising up into the mind, one fewer ripple moving across the water's surface. You can feel how your chest has grown quiet in its rising, how the breath no longer announces itself the way it did at the beginning of the night. It comes and goes now the way tide comes and goes, without needing your attention to keep happening. The old teaching says that spirit properly nourished does not wander. It stays close to the body, the way warmth stays close to a banked fire, even after the flame itself has gone low. This is different from being asleep. It is a kind of readiness that does not need to reach for anything, because it is not missing anything. There is a passage from that same old book, sitting near the words about the heels, that speaks of stillness as a kind of nourishment, the way rain is nourishment for dry ground, the way rest is nourishment for tired legs. It says that spirit fed on stillness grows clear the way water grows clear when it is finally allowed to stop moving. Not clear because something was removed, clear because nothing new was stirred into it. You do not have to hold on to this teaching with your mind. It arrives the same way the breath at the heels arrived, not something you do, but something that happens once enough has been let go. Notice now how your eyelids feel from the inside, not closed the way a door is closed, but closed the way still water settles into its bed, without any tension left in the settling. There is a soft, dim, red-brown quality behind your eyes, the color of the inside of a closed hand. The teaching says the true person's spirit was never scattered outward chasing this or that small thing. It stayed low and close and whole, the way the breath now stays low and close and whole at the very bottom of you. Perhaps this is why their sleep held no dreams, not because their nights were empty, but because there was nowhere left for the spirit to wander to. It was already home. You may notice a similar homecoming happening in your own chest right now, a quiet gathering in, the way birds gather in at dusk, the way the last light gathers low along the horizon before it goes. The old book says this gathering in is not something you build through effort. Effort, in fact, is often what scatters the spirit outward in the first place, reaching for one more thing, solving one more small worry, following one more thread of thought into the dark. The teaching asks instead for a kind of gentle refusal, not fighting the thoughts that rise, only declining to follow them very far. You can feel how far a thought is willing to travel on its own if you do not walk after it. It rises, drifts a little, and settles back down, the way a leaf settles onto still water, without ever needing you to carry it anywhere. This is much of what the way of nourishing spirit asks. Not silence forced, but attention loosened. Not stillness commanded, but stillness allowed. The way a held breath is allowed, finally to come to rest at the heels and stay there. The night around you seems to hold the same quality now, not empty of sound, but unbothered by whatever sound remains. A settling in the walls, a softness in the air, none of it asking anything of you. You may sense that your own thoughts have grown further apart. The way stars grow further apart the deeper into the night sky you look, each one distant now, quiet, in no hurry to connect to the next. The old teaching would say this is the spirit beginning to rest properly, the way it was always meant to rest, low and close and undisturbed, held by a breath that has already found the very bottom of the body and decided, without deciding, to stay there. There is nothing more for you to add to this. The teaching does not ask for study now. It only asks for the same soft attention you have been giving the breath this whole time, noticing it, low at the heels, rising faintly, falling faintly, worn the way a hand kept still under a blanket grows warm on its own. Feel the weight of your own body once more, spread out across whatever holds it, the mattress or the cushion or the floor beneath the mat. Notice how completely it has been received, how little effort remains in any part of you, how the breath continues on its own, low and slow, without your help, the way a river continues on its own, long after you have stopped watching it. This is the way of nourishing spirit, arriving quietly tonight, not as a lesson to remember, but as a stillness already happening in you, low at the heels, low beneath the throat, low beneath the worry, resting the way old water rests at the bottom of a well, dark and cool and utterly, utterly still. There is nothing more to add now. Only the breath remains. Only this. Breathe from the heels. No need to remember where that phrase came from. No need to hold the shape of the mountain, or the teacher, or the old book with its careful brushstrokes. Only the breath, low and slow, moving the way it has always moved beneath the noise of thinking. Breathe from the heels. Say it inwardly if you like, the way you would hum a note you already know, without needing to check if it is right. Breathe from the heels. There is no more meaning to uncover in it. The meaning was only ever the doing of it, and the doing is already happening, low in the body, far past the throat. Feel the weight of your feet, wherever they rest tonight, heavy against the sheet or tucked beneath a blanket, still and warm and unmoving. The heels are there, quiet, round, patient. Breathe from the heels, not because it explains anything, only because it is true right now, in this moment, in this body, breathing. The throat is far above you now, and quiet. Whatever it used to carry, the quick, shallow catches of the day, the small, worried breaths that never quite finished, all of that has settled, the way dust settles when a room goes still. The breath does not start there anymore. It starts low, it starts at the heels. Breathe from the heels. Notice how the phrase itself has become slower, the way a bell rung many times grows softer with each following ring, not because the bell tires, but because the room has already begun to hold the sound instead of releasing it. Breathe from the heels. There is nothing to picture, no mountain, no old teacher, no ink brushing across pale paper in a room that no longer needs describing. Only the rhythm, plain and unadorned, the way water is plain, the way stone is plain, needing no further reason to be what it already is. Feel your own weight now, spread wide across the bed, heavier at the hips, heavier at the shoulders, heaviest softly at the heels. That heaviness is not tiredness, it is arrival. It is the body finishing its long, slow settling, the way sand settles at the bottom of a cup of water, left untouched through a whole quiet night. Breathe from the heels. The words repeat, not because there is more to learn from them, but because repetition is itself the practice. The way a river does not explain itself with every turn. It simply continues. Bend after bend, the same water shaped a little differently each time, though it is still, underneath, the same water. Breathe from the heels. You do not have to hold on to the phrase. Let it come and go, the way breath comes and goes, unbidden, unforced, arriving low, releasing low, needing nothing further from you. There is a stillness in the chest now that has stopped noticing itself. There is a stillness in the belly that no longer counts its own rising and falling. There is only the long, slow current, moving the way it moves at the bottom of a well, dark and even, and endless in its patience. Breathe from the heels. Notice how little effort remains in the jaw, how it has gone soft and slightly open, the way a door left unlatched settles naturally into stillness, rather than swinging on its hinge. Notice how little effort remains in the hands, how they rest now without curling, without gripping anything. Palms turn slightly open, the way palms turn open only when there is nothing left to hold. Notice the eyes, closed, unmoving, the darkness behind them neither near nor far, simply present, simply here. The way night is simply here, once the sun has gone down without needing an announcement. Breathe from the heels. There is no urgency in the phrase. It is not an instruction shouted across a room. It is closer to something whispered once, long ago, and repeated ever since in a voice so familiar, it no longer needs to raise itself to be heard. Breathe from the heels. The throat is quiet, the chest is quiet, the belly is quiet. Only the heels remain, low, steady, marking the bottom edge of each breath, the way the floor marks the bottom edge of a room, unseen, but always there, always holding everything above it. Feel that floor beneath you now, wherever you are lying. It has not moved. It has been patient the entire time, holding your weight without asking anything of you, the way heels hold breath without asking anything of it. Breathe from the heels. Let the phrase grow shorter now, if it wants to. Not from the throat, from the heels, even shorter. Heels, breath, just these two words now, drifting close together, the way two stones settle side by side at the bottom of still water, no longer separate in any way that matters, simply resting there together, in the same quiet dark. Heels, breath. There is nothing else to hold in the mind tonight. No mountain, no teacher, no ancient page turning somewhere in a room long since closed. Only this low place in the body, breathing on its own, the way it was always going to breathe, whether or not anyone watched it, whether or not anyone named it. Breathe from the heels. Feel how far away the ordinary day has become. How thin and pale it looks now, like a shape glimpsed once through fog and then forgotten, not because it was unimportant, but because it belongs to another hour, an hour that is not this one, This hour belongs only to the low breath, to the heels, to the stillness beneath the stillness. Breathe from the heels. Let even the counting of your own breath fall away, if it is not already. There is no need to notice each one arriving. There is no need to notice each one leaving. They arrive, they leave, the heels remain. Breathe from the heels. Whatever thought passes through you now, let it pass the way a small bird passes across an open window, seen for a moment and gone, leaving no mark on the stillness of the room. The stillness was always larger than the thought. The stillness remains. Breathe from the heels. There's a warmth low in the body now, unhurried, unbothered, spreading the way warmth spreads through water left standing in the sun, slow and even, and without any effort at all. Feel that warmth without naming it further. Feel the weight of the body without lifting any part of it. Feel the breath, low, 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 exactly where it has always wanted to be. Breathe from the heels. Let that be the only sentence left standing tonight, worn soft with repeating, the way a stone in a riverbed is worn soft, not by force, but by time and water and the quiet, endless patience of both. It does not need to be improved upon. It does not need to be understood any further than it already is. Breathe from the heels. Notice, if you can, the small distance between one breath and the next, a pause so brief it hardly counts as a pause at all, and yet it is there, low, quiet, waiting without impatience. That waiting is not empty. It is full the way stillness is full, the way a held cup of water is full, even when nothing moves across its surface. Breathe from the heels. Feel how the shoulders have stopped asking anything of you, how they have sunk slightly further into whatever holds them, no longer rounded with effort, simply resting the way tired stone rests against older stone, settled long ago, undisturbed since. Feel how the spine has lengthened without straightening, the way a rope loosens without losing its shape, softening along its whole length from the base of the neck down to where the low breath begins. Breathe from the heels. There is nothing further to arrange in the body, nothing further to correct. Whatever tension remained earlier in the evening has gone the way mist goes when the sun has fully set, not vanished all at once, but thinned and thinned again, until there is only the cool, clear dark where it used to be. Breathe from the heels. The word itself has become less a word now and more a shape the breath moves through, the way water moves through a hollow in a stone without needing to be told the shape of that hollow. Heels, breath, low, slow. These four sounds are enough. They do not need company, they do not need explanation. They have always been enough, the way a single low note is enough to fill a quiet room, needing no melody built around it, no words layered over it, only the note itself, sustained and softening, and sustained a little longer. Breathe from the heels. Feel the mattress or the cushion or the floor beneath you continuing to hold your full weight without strain, the way it has held it the whole night through, patient beneath your shoulders, patient beneath your hips, patient beneath your heels. There is nothing you need to do for it. There is nothing it needs from you. It simply holds, and you simply rest, and the breath simply continues, low, low at the very bottom of the body where all of this began. Breathe from the heels. Let the space behind your closed eyes widen slightly, not into any picture, but into a plain, soft dark, the kind that asks nothing of the eyes at all, the kind that exists, whether you are watching it or not. It has been waiting this whole time, low and quiet and unhurried. The way the heels have been waiting, the way the breath has been waiting, the way sleep itself has been waiting, close by, unnamed, and utterly unbothered by how long it takes to arrive. Breathe from the heels. Two things remain now, only two, not the heel, not the floor beneath you, not even the breath, though the breath is still moving, low, unhurried, somewhere near the bottom of the body. What remains is simpler than that, a sleep with no dream in it, and a waking whenever it comes with no worry in it. That is all. You do not have to reach for these. They are not somewhere ahead of you, waiting to be earned. They are already close, the way warmth is close to skin, the way stillness is close to a held breath. You can feel them settling now, quietly, the way dust settles in a room where no one has moved for a long time. There is nothing unresolved. Notice how that phrase does not ask anything of you. It does not ask you to resolve anything right now in this moment on this surface where you are lying. It simply describes a shape your mind can rest into, the way a body rests into a shape already worn smooth by long use. Nothing unresolved. The old line said this was why the true person's sleep held no dreams. Not because dreams are wrong, not because the spirit should never wander, but because there was nothing pulling at them from underneath, nothing tugging the sleeping mind out toward old rooms and old voices. You do not need to remember the rest of the teaching. You only need this much of it, small and round as a stone in the palm of a hand, nothing unresolved. You can let that settle over whatever is unresolved in you, gently, the way mist settles over a hillside without erasing the shape of the hill. It does not need to actually be resolved. It only needs to be set down, for now, for this one stretch of dark, the way a weight is set down on the floor beside a bed, still there, still yours, but no longer carried. That is the dreamless sleep the old word spoke of, not an empty sleep, not a blank one, simply a sleep with nothing pulling at it from below. You notice your own breath somewhere in the room, though you are not counting it anymore, not shaping it, not guiding it down through throat and chest and belly the way you once did earlier tonight. It has found its own low place by now. It is breathing itself, the way a river finds its own bed without being told where to run. Breathe from the heels. You do not have to say it. You do not have to think it in words at all. It has become less an instruction now, and more a fact about the body you are already inside of, the way the beating of a heart is a fact, present, ongoing, requiring nothing from the mind that notices it. The second thing, waking without worry, is further off tonight, further than sleep itself, because waking is not what you are moving toward, but it is there all the same, folded quietly into the dark, waiting the way morning waits behind a closed door. There is no need to open that door now. There is no need to think of morning at all. Only this. When it comes, whenever it comes, it will not need to be carried in on the back of worry. It can simply arrive the way light arrives in a room, without asking permission, without announcing itself, filling the space slowly, the way warmth fills a cold hand held near a small fire. No worry in the waking, no dream in the sleep. These are not commands. They are not even really promises. They are more like directions a compass needle settles into on its own, without being pushed, simply because that is the direction it was always built to find. You can feel your own body finding something like that now, a settling, not a decision, a soft turning towards stillness the way a leaf turns without deciding to, simply because the water beneath it moves that way. The heels are still low, still patient, still holding their quiet place at the bottom of you. You do not need to check on them anymore. They do not need checking. They have been doing their part this whole time, without applause, without notice, the way roots hold a tree steady long after anyone has stopped thinking about roots at all. Notice, if you can, without straining to notice, that your jaw has gone soft, that your hands have stopped waiting for anything, that the weight of your own body has become almost indistinguishable from the weight of the surface beneath it. The two no longer separate things, simply one long, warm, unbroken pressure, held. That is close to what the old teaching meant by nothing unresolved. Not an absence, a joining, the place where the held thing and the holding thing stop needing to be told apart. You are somewhere in that joining now. The dark behind your eyes has widened again, or perhaps it never stopped widening, slow as a tide with nowhere in particular to arrive. It does not ask you to watch it. It does not ask you to understand it. It only asks, if it could be said to ask anything at all, that you continue exactly as you already are, breathing low, resting low, unbothered by the hour, unbothered by the shape of tomorrow, dreamless, worry-free. Two small words holding an entire teaching that took the old sages a lifetime to describe, and yet here now, in this quiet room, they need no description at all. They are simply happening, the way water is simply wet, the way stone is simply heavy, without argument, without explanation. You do not have to reach the end of this thought. There is no end required of it. It can simply continue, low, soft, unfinished, the way the breath continues unfinished, moving from the heels upward, and dissolving somewhere near the crown of the head before it even becomes a shape you could name. Breathe from the heels. Let the rest be dreamless. Let the waking, whenever it finds you, hold nothing you need to carry. There is only this now, the low breath, the wide dark, the quiet settling of two small and ancient qualities into a body that has, without quite noticing when, already begun to let them in. Nothing more needs to be added to that, but you can stay here a little longer, in the place where those two qualities are settling, the way you might stay a little longer in a warm bath after the water has gone still, but because leaving does not feel necessary yet. The body has its own way of confirming this. You may notice it in the slight looseness at the back of your neck, a place that often holds more than it needs to. You may notice it in the stillness of your feet, no longer curling, no longer bracing against anything, simply resting at the far end of legs that have stopped keeping watch. That is close to what worry-free waking means, but waking is not what concerns you now. It is only that the same quality, this letting go of watchfulness, is already present in you tonight, before morning, before any waking at all. You are practicing it now in the dark, without needing to call it practice. Dreamless does not mean empty. Worry-free does not mean careless. They mean only that nothing is pulling from underneath, and nothing is pressing from above, so the mind can simply rest at its own level, the way water rests at its own level when nothing is tilting the container. You are the container, and you are also the water. Both are still now. The breath moves through that stillness without disturbing it, the way a slow current moves through a lake without stirring the surface visible from shore. Somewhere below your ribs, that current continues its low, wide rhythm. Somewhere near your heels, it seems to originate, though you no longer need to trace its path there. You simply know it is happening the way you know a familiar room is dark, even with your eyes closed. Nothing unresolved. You can let the phrase come back once more, quieter this time, more worn, the way a stone held long in the hand grows smooth and less sharp against the skin. Nothing pulling you toward old rooms, nothing waiting at the far end of sleep to be paid for. Only the low breath and the wide dark, and these two qualities the old teaching once named so simply: dreamless, worry-free, settling now the way dust settles, the way snow settles, the way a held thing finally settles into the hand that has been holding it all along. You do not have to hold on to the words anymore. You do not have to hold on to anything. The heels remain low, the breath remains low, the two small qualities remain quiet, unclaimed, already yours. The heels rest on the floor holds them without effort. There is no line anymore between the weight of the heel and the weight of the floor beneath it. They have become one weight. The breath still moves low and slow, somewhere past the ankle, somewhere near the ground. You do not need to find it. It finds itself. Notice how the floor no longer feels separate from you, how the dark behind your eyes no longer feels separate from the room. They have folded into each other the way two quiet things fold into each other when there is nothing left to hold them apart. The heels are heavy. The floor is heavy. The breath moves through both, as if there were no boundary where one ended and the other began. This is how it happens, quietly without announcement. The body stops insisting on its own edges. The floor stops insisting on being separate from the body. The breath stops insisting on being noticed at all. It simply continues, low and slow and unclaimed. The old line drifts near, one last time, worn now to almost nothing. Breathe from the heels. It does not ask to be remembered. It only rests near you, the way a stone rests at the bottom of still water, present, but no longer needing to be seen. You do not have to reach for it. You do not have to reach for anything. The dark behind your eyes has widened. It no longer has a far wall. It no longer has a near one. It is simply dark, the way the space beneath a mountain is dark, the way the space beneath still water is dark. Feel the weight of your own body sinking a little further into what holds it. Feel the breath moving without your asking it to move. Feel how far away the day has become, how it no longer needs your attention, how it has already let you go. The heels are dissolving into the floor, not vanishing, dissolving, the way sugar dissolves into water, still present, simply no longer separate. The floor is dissolving into the dark, not vanishing, dissolving, the way a shape dissolves into evening light, still there, only no longer sharp. And the dark is dissolving into sleep, not an ending, a softening. The last line between waking and rest grown so thin, it can no longer hold its own shape. Somewhere far behind you now, the throat's old breath, quick and shallow, worried and small. You do not need it here. It belongs to the world of small rooms and small hours, and you have already moved past that door. Here there is only the low breath. Here there is only the wide dark. Here there is only the quiet, unclaimed weight of a body that has stopped asking to be somewhere else. Dreamless, not because nothing stirs, but because nothing needs resolving. The old teaching said it plainly, long ago, and now the words have worn down to almost nothing, smooth as river stone, small enough to hold without noticing you are holding them, worry-free, not because nothing waits, but because nothing calls to be carried forward. The waking that comes, if it comes, will not ask anything of you. It can wait outside this dark, patient, the way morning waits outside a shuttered room. For now there is only this, the heels low, the breath low, the dark wide and unbroken, holding you the way it has always held you, the way it held the old ones who breathed from the same low place, who slept the same dreamless sleep, who woke, if they woke, without weight in their chests. You are already there with them, not thinking it, simply being it. The breath moves once more, so quietly it hardly counts as movement at all, and then the counting stops too. There is only the floor, and the dark, and the low, slow place where breathing has always lived, from the very beginning, at the bottom of the body, at the bottom of the night. Rest here, nothing else is required of you. The room around you has gone soft at its corners, the way a room goes soft in the last moment before sleep, when the eyes have stopped trying to see, and the ears have stopped trying to sort one sound from another. There may be a low hum somewhere. There may be silence. Either one is enough. You do not have to decide which. Feel the place where your body meets whatever holds it, the mattress, the cushion, the folded blanket beneath your heels. That place has grown warm now, warm the way stone grows warm after a long day of sun, holding its heat quietly, even as the light outside has gone. The warmth is not urgent, and beneath the warmth, still, the low breath, moving through a body that has stopped counting its own edges, not fast, not shallow, not caught anywhere near the throat, low, down past the chest, down past the belly, down through the hips grown heavy, the thighs grown heavy, the calves resting without asking anything of the muscles that once held them tense, down to the heels, down to the floor the heels have already become. There is no more distance to travel. There is no more descent left to make. The breath has arrived where it was always going, and having arrived, it does not need to announce itself again. It only continues. Soft, slow, unclaimed. The old teaching is gone now, folded fully into the dark, its words no longer separate from the silence that carries them. What remains is not a phrase. What remains is a feeling, dreamless, worry-free, low and wide. You do not have to hold on to any of it. It is already yours. The dark widens once more, gently, the way water widens when a stone finally stops rippling it, and in that widening there is nothing left to notice. Only the breath, only the heels, only the quiet settling into itself, the way it has settled every night before this one, long before there were words for it at all.